Hello everybody, welcome to Sapsucker Woods. It is a partly sunny day, maybe mostly sunny, and it is mild. It is around 60 degrees, I believe. So we're going to have a walk here. There is still a fair amount of ice on the pond, but in some areas there is some open water, and there are a few Canada geese here. I've seen 6, and I've also seen a couple of mallards. And that's about it. I haven't really seen anything else. But like I say, we're going to take a walk. We'll see what we can see. Nice to have a mild late winter day. Earlier, there were a few drops of water falling from the sky. Just a few. But as I walked, I walked into the lab. As I did, I put my hand over my binoculars so the lenses wouldn't get wet. Just a few sprinkles. And okay, I just need to get a tripod and then we'll have a walk. Even the feeders in the feeding garden seemed to be quiet when I looked. Bit of a breeze. Make it wind. Yeah, wind. Not really bad, but there's wind. We'll be underway in a few moments, barring any technical issues. Try to be prepared. Sometimes that works against me. I end up carrying too much or something like that, but Just a nice day here. You know, obviously everything is relative, and if it were July, you'd think it's freezing. But today, being March 7th, it feels rather comfortable. There is, you know, a fairly, you know, not really bad wind, but I mean, it's a real wind. So the microphone is likely to have a little bit of wind noise. I hear somebody. Oh, I saw, not today, but a couple of days ago, I saw my first red-winged blackbird of the season, and I heard it singing. Him. Also saw a robin, American robin, in an area where I wouldn't expect to see one in winter. So, okay, I'm hearing a black-capped chickadee. Beep, 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 beep. I have a feeling the trails are kind of muddy today, but I don't know. I see... Oh, who's that? Starling? Maybe, or is it somebody else? Starling, European starling right there. And chipmunk here. That's it. Not much else going on in the feeding garden. I'm hearing a cardinal, northern cardinal. And I'm hearing that black-capped chickadee singing again. So, as I said, we still have ice on the pond, and I see a black-capped chickadee up there. And I think I just heard a mourning dove take flight. So as I said earlier, I've seen some Canada geese here today and a couple of mallards. I can see some Canada geese from here now. There were, I think I saw 6 Canada geese earlier in total. Oh, I see 2 more, so I can see 4 of the 6 anyway. But, mallards, I have a feeling we won't be seeing them from here. Here are the Canada geese. Hold on, I've got to make an adjustment. So we have 2 Canada geese here. And we just heard another Canada goose from elsewhere, and they are, oh, are they out of view now? They're over here. And it has begun. Oh, and I think I hear, but cannot see, 2 that may be near, maybe they're viewable from within the lab, but not from here. And not much else going on though, so we're going to move on, I think. Get to the trails. Go ahead. kind of quiet there. A little bit of snow here and there. I mean, you got to watch out for things like this. I don't know if you can see it well, but it looks like someone stepped in there and the trail, the mulch and everything collapsed underneath. I don't know if that meant there was maybe something semi-frozen underneath and it just gave way. I don't know. I'm hearing a white-breasted nuthatch. It sounds like it's up in there somewhere, but the sun is in my eyes. There's still frozen, there's still ice underneath, but there's water on top of it. And the nuthatch is around here somewhere. Don't know if you can hear it. Oh, I saw it. Now it's out of view. Right there. Move on. Hear that nasal sounding call of it. Again, it's a white-breasted nuthatch we're hearing. Hold on a second. I gotta check something. Okay. You know, will things refreeze? Very possibly. You know, it's only March 7th and we could still have some winter weather. And just some plain old cold. I hear something over there, faintly. Hear a fair amount of Canada goose vocalization. If you're unfamiliar with Sapsucker Woods, you know, and at least in my experience, every year some Canada geese will come here and will have their nests here. And you end up seeing them in the spring, you know, tending to pair off, and kind of, you know, pairs will hang out in certain areas. And maybe eventually, you know, build a nest. And if we're lucky, we'll see goslings in, you know, late April or early May. I say if we're lucky, it's because things can happen. Predators can come and raid nests, and things like that do happen. I can't remember whom it was who had mentioned to me, with whom it had been that I was having a conversation, just talking about, you know, birds in general, and I think the person said, you know, just mentioned, you know, you're probably getting ready for migration to start. And, you know, I said, well, it's already started. So we just heard a woodpecker. I'm not sure if it's a hairy or a red-bellied. And that might be a frog we're hearing. Maybe not. I've been encouraging people to check out the Rose Sanctuary streaming camera for the sandhill cranes, and I posted on MeWe a link to that. And I can't say that I've been watching every minute, but I have watched a fair amount this week, including you know, and especially either in the morning or in the evening, you know, as the large numbers of cranes either come in or leave. And it's really something. And I would suggest anyone who has any interest just to tune in. You don't even have to be a bird watcher to appreciate it. I hear some Canada geese. Sounds like they're flying in. Yes, two of them flying, I guess, in. I mean, even if you're not a bird watcher and you tune in and you watch it, I mean, you can see huge numbers of cranes sometimes, either coming in or leaving. And when they're in flight, especially when you have large numbers, the sound is just amazing. You hear all that, and you know, as I've discussed before, I made the trip there to Nebraska myself back in 2023, and the sound is just amazing. And you know, I have to say, if you have you know, decent speakers hooked up to whatever, your TV or your computer or whatever, or maybe just wear headphones, and there's a big takeoff. You know, you have to be careful. I'm not saying turn it up and hurt your hearing, but keep the volume at a decent level for a bit, just to get a sense of what you might be hearing if you were there in person. And it is something. It really is. And, you know, we have that. I mean, it's not some far off place in the world. It's in Nebraska, and it's really a special experience. And, you know, if you can't go there, I can understand, but at least give the live cam a try, because, you know what, it's pretty good too. It's the next best thing to being there. Hello. The other thing you can do if you want is upon my return from Nebraska back in 2023, I put together a video, and it is on YouTube. I can't remember the exact name. I think it said Experience a Spectacle is how it starts. So it's available on my channel if anyone wants to watch it. And I have to say, my camera work wasn't always perfect for a number of reasons. But I can say when there was when there were periods of lots of sandhill cranes calling, the microphone picked it up just fine. Okay, let's get back onto the main trail. Nothing going on here. I personally don't like to travel, and quite honestly, I was surprised to find I had signed up for that trip years ago, just because I don't sign up for trips. But I was sure glad that I did. It was something I had wanted to do for years. But, you know, I had wanted to do that, and I don't know when they established that live cam, but, you know, I had wondered what it would be like. I mean, I think the only thing I would actually, when I first learned about, you know, the sandhill cranes in Nebraska, I think I had seen still photos. Don't know if I had seen any videos. Since that time, you know, I've seen many videos and photos and everything, and now there are live cameras in such places. Yeah, see, this is collapsing underfoot. This is not really in great shape in terms of walking on it. Anyway, so, you know, when I first heard about it, I thought it'd be interesting, and oh wow, look at the, you know, in a still photo, look at all those cranes, that would be neat to see, and everything, and so I had wanted to go and see that for myself, and then when a special opportunity arose, I said, you know, might as well. Woods are quiet, not much going on here in the woods, not hearing anything, not seeing anything. We had a quiet walk last week as well. It's a very pretty day, though. No question about that. That was either a hairy or a red-bellied woodpecker. What did I just see? I just saw something. Could it have been, might have been a pileated, but I'm not sure. Didn't see it for long. And it wasn't very close. I had a lot of trees. Trees between us. Hearing a white-breasted nuthatch again. I think I'm hearing a red-bellied woodpecker. Yes, red-bellied woodpecker somewhere, not very, very close. Again, we may have cold weather again before spring really hits, but today I'm wearing just a light jacket. I have light gloves with me, but I'm not wearing them. My summer hat. chipmunk over here. Another chipmunk over here. Don't see too many chipmunks during winter, so I mean, they seem to be out and about. Squirrels we might see, but I don't think we usually see chipmunks. So still plenty of the ice on the pond. Yeah, I'm not saying it's thick or anything, but it's not something you could swim in if you're a bird. Let's keep going. Anyway, another very quiet week here. So far, anyway. Yeah, see that? I can feel in some spots the trail collapses beneath me. You can see up here. Well, maybe you can't see it. But the ground had mounded upwards. And now with things getting warm and whatever is underneath maybe melting, it's collapsing back down. Here, an American crow. Oh, hold on. A couple crows in the air also. Oops. Kind of out of view now because of the trees. I just heard a tufted titmouse. But not much else going on here. Just those few crows passed through, but I don't see really anything else. Let me just check one thing with binoculars. Oh, I think I see the mallards. One mallard anyway. I think that's the second one there, a female. Okay, let's continue. As I was saying earlier, Canada geese will come here to nest, and in the spring they can be fairly vocal. I hear black-capped chickadee. You'll hear a fair amount of vocalizations from the Canada geese in spring here at Sapsucker. I don't know if it's all somewhat of a territorial thing or I don't know, but it seems like it's already started. Now, will it, if we have cold weather and snow, will they be quiet? Will they still even be here, or will they, leave for the time? Who knows? I think I just heard a song sparrow. Yes, song sparrow. It's the first time we've heard one of those singing in a while. La 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 la. Black-capped chickadee also. I don't know where the song sparrow is, but we hear it. Oh, I do see it, I think. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Nope. Overall, the weather this past, this week has not been too bad. It has been, cold enough at night. I'm hearing a mourning dove in flight. It has been, a little bit more mild, a little bit more spring-like. It was cold earlier in the week, but the last few days haven't been too bad. Maybe not quite as warm as it is today, but I think I just heard a mourning dove singing. I have been hearing, by the way, just during the week, a fair amount of mourning dove song. You can see this is all pretty much open now, open water. Wind is kicked back up again. Seen them already. These two individual geese. Where are they? Where are you? There you are. And I think I just heard a red-winged blackbird. We still have these two here. But like I said, not much going on the pond otherwise. It's still largely covered with water. Not everyone has returned yet from migration, or even if they haven't migrated, maybe there's not much reason for them to come here just yet. Oh, I see. Okay, we saw those other 2 geese. Yeah, I have 6 geese kind of mirroring. 2 there, 2 there, and then 2 there. And, oh, and 2 more. 2 more over there. So I believe there are 8 geese here at least. Tufted titmouse. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Do you hear it? Deer, deer, deer. Lots of roots and everything being exposed here. You know, the trails are, you know, overall they're well maintained, but you still should watch where you're going if you happen to come here. Sometimes roots will be poking through, or could be other issues. Yeah, I mean, this area here doesn't look too bad, but a lot of roots are poking through. And there's some people walking out there. We may just let them continue without us. I think we will. The fuller wetlands look like they're still pretty much covered with ice. Let's keep moving. We're going to head to the car. Hold on a second. Could have been muddier, but it's still wasn't too bad, but it's really not ideal in terms of mud levels. So let's get to the car. We'll go to the campus and have a look around. See if we can maybe find somebody. Give me a few minutes and we'll get underway. Definitely hear a frog. Had to get the mud off my shoes, most of it anyway. That's why I would suggest anyone who comes here in the spring, or just for having handy when you go bird watching, is maybe a good brush, because you might need to brush off dirt or mud or whatever off of your shoes sometime. Oops. One second. And I've been carrying such a brush for years, and it's not maybe the ideal brush, but it does a decent job of getting most of the dirt off, and has a long handle, so it's not too bad for reaching down. And usually you have to lift your foot up to obviously to get the underside of the get the sole wiped off. So it's if you're doing that, you need something to lean on, usually your own vehicle. And so you use one hand to lean on the vehicle and the other with a long-handled brush to brush off, you know, the mud or whatever, or mulch. Today was mostly mulch, really. So anyway, just that's your that is your tidbit for the day. Bye, sapsucker. Didn't see much, obviously, but still enjoyed the walk. .58 degrees. To me, the major signs of spring, nothing in terms of you know, foliage, but you know, we were hearing the Canada geese vocalizing there, and also I did hear one red-winged blackbird at one point. A chickadee sang. I distinguished the singing from, you know, the other alert call vocalization. And oh, you know, one thing I forgot to mention. I'm pretty sure on my way in, when I did go in the visitor center, I thought I heard a northern flicker at one point. That was earlier before it started today. We heard a cardinal sing a little bit. So some of the birds are singing, and you know, you don't usually hear that in the winter. It's so. Oh, you know, also the song sparrow singing. pigeons. More pigeons. Gull. Welcome to the Cornell campus. Actually, there's a number of gulls in the air. Welcome to the Cornell campus. The temperature has gone up. It's now reading 64 degrees. Maybe a lot of geese, I'm not sure, a lot of something on Beebe Lake. Could be geese, could be gulls, could be... I don't know. So we're here primarily searching for red-tailed hawks. Here on the campus, that is. Maybe we'll have some luck, maybe we won't. We were lucky last week. We saw both Big Red and Arthur. Seems like there's someone working on the building. By the way, I think I saw it on the X feed for the Cornell red-tailed hawks, and that post of our sighting, referencing our sighting, said that they were on Golden Smith Hall. That hall was incorrect. Golden Smith is on the other side of the Arts and Sciences quad, which is what is to our left at the moment. And now to our right. We saw them on the building that is being completely remodeled and refurbished. That, I believe, is McGraw Hall. Regardless, I don't see anybody up there right now. So right to our right is Morrill Hall, or Morrill. And then I believe the next one is McGraw, the one that's under construction. Yes, McGraw Hall. And that's where we saw them last week. Again, Golden Smith is on the other side of the quad. So now, here on this road, we're on the other side of the Arts and Sciences quad. And coming up on our right is Goldwyn Smith. Just so as you know. I don't pretend to know, all the buildings by sight, by any means, but I know this one to our right at this moment is Goldwyn Smith. Oh, part of it, I guess, is called Clarman Hall now. Whatever. Maybe it's been, it's an addition or something. I don't know. Something. Okay, never mind. Not that we need to go in there, but for the first time, we could drive into, it looks like, into that area behind plant science. So that's been opened back up. That's good. We've used that space, on a number of occasions over the years when looking up at the throne. So that's handy. see anybody. Hold on a second. And please forgive me, I referenced just now the throne, and if anyone happens to be new, you may not know what I'm talking about. And ahead of us, you can't see it from here, but ahead of us is a building called Bradfield Hall. And on top of Bradfield Hall, there's just like some sort of a structure on top of it, looks like a couple of pipes, and our hawks very often will perch there, and it's been named the throne just because our hawks are royalty. Hold on a second, I see something in the air. It looks like a raptor. And it does look like a red-tailed hawk, most likely. Can't show you well. Oh, come on. Can't show you well with this, but... Hold on a second. Oh, maybe a crow also. Okay, though. All right, let's continue here. Another crow. I'm not saying it's a hawk we know, but it looked like a red-tailed hawk to me. I've said it before, it's helpful to, to have an understanding of just the flying styles of the various birds. And although there's overlap, it's not like, it's not like a red-tailed hawk would fly in a manner exclusive to red-tailed hawks. I do see somebody up on one of these poles. It may not be a hawk we know. In fact, it looks like it might be a crow. For instance, with a red-tailed hawk, the general pattern is, maybe some wing beats and then some gliding, some wing beats, then some gliding. And, it's not like a red-tailed hawk is the only bird that would do that. Okay, that crow has taken off. And there's another pole with someone on it. Might also be a crow. Looks like a crow. Yeah, Yes, crow. But there are some things, you know, maybe more of a process of elimination sort of thing. You know, if you have a question, am I seeing a large bird far away, or am I seeing a smaller bird closer? So they look like they have effectively the same size. You know, if you're not sure which, you know, try to pay attention to the flight style. If it's, you know, if you see a lot of gliding, for instance, chances are it's not a small bird gliding for, you know, extended range, you know, distances. There's a good chance it's a raptor, maybe a crow, maybe. Crows do a fair amount of gliding, but, you know, not necessarily soaring, but gliding as they, you know, come in for a landing or whatever. If you see rapid wing beats, very rapid, well, then chances are it's not a hawk or a large bird. Chances are it's a smaller bird. So again, it's helpful. I've mentioned before, you know, sometimes we see a flock of, you know, birds with long necks in the air, and, you know, maybe we can't see them very well, so you wonder, okay, what could they be? Are they Canada geese? Are they ducks of some sort? And, you know, you can kind of tell if you have an understanding of wing beats. You might say, oh, look, they're flapping their wings fairly rapidly. It seems like they're probably ducks, not the larger Canada geese. You may not, you know, well, certainly someone like me, I'm not an expert, so I can't necessarily see a duck in the air and say, oh, that is definitely such and such species. But I can probably say, okay, that is almost certainly a duck as opposed to a goose or something else. So, you know, what I'm saying, at least with my level of ID skills, you know, I can't necessarily always identify with certainty what something is. I can usually, though, say, well, it's probably not this. I'm not sure what it was, but I know what it wasn't. Today, as I was driving, I did see I saw 2 or 3 red-tailed hawks, and I saw one bird that was larger. It was flying away from me. It wasn't very close when I first saw it and everything. But, you know, I was pretty sure it was not a crow. It was not a, not a robin or something like that. It seemed like a larger bird, longer wings, relatively slow wing beats. So again, I couldn't be certain what it was, but I was pretty sure I could eliminate most birds from being possibilities. I wonder how long it has been since there were absolutely no cranes on the campus and they weren't building something. I would say it does seem now like there is maybe, a higher than average amount of construction on the campus. I mean, it seems like there are major buildings being built. Field house, for one, that we all know is unnecessary. McGraw Hall is being completely, redone. Whatever was going on that has made us have to turn around back there, rather than go through. It's an engineering build that they're working on. It looks like Phillips Hall. Okay. I'll probably forget that before the end of the day, but that's what they're working on. think I hear a squirrel. Don't hear the squirrel any longer. So not much luck so far, meaning none. No hurry. Don't worry about it. Squirrel. Out of the way. on Dee Lake there are a number of Canada geese that I can see down there. And, oh, also in the water, common mergansers and mallards. And it's not completely free of ice. There's some area back here that seems like it's frozen or semi-frozen. So obviously we haven't found anybody just yet. There's a good chance we won't find anybody, but we're still looking for a few more minutes. And then it'll be time to take a break and allow me to do some driving. curious to see what the ice levels will be like on Cayuga Lake. Have they diminished much or not? I mean, we saw that. We saw last week that the ice still extended quite a ways south from the northern end of the lake. But what I don't know is, last week was that ice all very thin and just, ready to break up with just the slightest increase in temperatures, or was it more solid, something that would take a longer period of time to melt? We obviously saw, a fair amount of ice at Sapsucker Woods. Obviously a different body of water, but it's like what I'm saying is it's certainly possible that the ice still extends a long ways. Who knows? We're just heading out to the pheasant farm just very quickly, just to look around. I see something in the air up ahead. Maybe a turkey vulture. Maybe. I see a turkey vulture in the air up ahead again. Just by the way it's flying. And maybe more than one, a couple of them. Parked here. I don't know who parks here. Like, what are they parked here for? Are they bird watchers, for instance, that are coming here? They park here so they can look around and see what goes on, around the compost heaps, or what? I don't know. We're going to turn around. I don't think there's much going on that we can see. We can drive further ahead, but I don't think we're going to. I'm not seeing any hawks, at least not right off the bat. And quite honestly, I don't know if I really expected to see any hawks. And the reason why, there's not much snow on the ground, so, there should be hunting areas available and open for the hawks. And also, we've already begun nesting season. And I imagine many of the hawks are concerned about that. So they're likely in their territories if they are going to be mating and having young. So not much going on here, really. A few turkey vultures flying around, but that was just about it. So far for us here in Ithaca, not much going on. Could be my fault, maybe I didn't look in the right places at the right time. area around McGraw one more time, I think, and then if we don't see anybody, we'll take a break. Don't see anybody. am tempted to go and check on the cliff nest just to see if there's been any activity there. I have no idea. If I had to guess, there hasn't been any, but it's worth checking sometimes. That if you're unfamiliar, there's to our left is Fall Creek, and in prior years, it's been a few years now, but in prior years, there was a nest there for red-tailed hawks, and it was, you're able to get very good views in on the nest from the bridge over the creek. And they had not nested there in years. I believe one of the mated pair had perished. And there was one year with some common ravens using the nest. And I don't know what came of that nest. I have a feeling it failed for whatever reason, that nesting. Either that or else they just finished with the nest very quickly and moved out. But anyway, it's nice to look in on that nest and to see when we were able to see activity there. It was really, really, really great. Well, everybody, I think we should take a break now. Obviously not having the kind of luck we had last week in finding our hawks. Sorry about that. So I think we will take a break, and we'll probably restart somewhere around 4 o'clock, maybe a little earlier, maybe a little later. Okay, let me just make sure you got the message. There are people, by the way, 2 people on unicycles to our left, and 1 person attempting to use a pogo stick. Just so you know. Maybe a little earlier, maybe. Okay, I think you got the message. Welcome to Montezuma, everybody. It is 65 degrees, mostly cloudy. On my way here, driving along Cayuga Lake, I saw very, very little, almost no activity on the lake. There may have been a small raft of snow geese way out there, just a small raft, and that's just about it. Saw maybe a few scops, and no other activity to speak of. No Canada geese, no nothing. So that was kind of surprising, disappointing, but that's how it is. Now, to our left is the North Spring Pool, and there are some Canada geese on it. And beyond the North Spring Pool is the Great Blue Heron Rookery. That was green because we stopped, so that doesn't count. Nope. Anyway, so again, I've seen between Ithaca and here very little, and since I've arrived here, I've seen a few crows, those Canada geese. I think I saw a mourning dove, and that is about it. So overall for us, a very quiet day. I see some Canada geese to our right, maybe some ducks. Not much. I had spoken earlier about my wonder concerning the ice levels on Cayuga Lake. There's still a fair amount of ice, but a lot of what we had been seeing before has melted away. And while I wouldn't say, it seems like there are a lot of areas that are partially frozen, with some open water and some ice. Let's take a look over here. Some gulls there, and those look like crows there on the... Must be something there to eat. And something there. Maybe some leftovers or something. Yeah, not a number. Hold on. A lot of leftovers in various places. Let's take a look if we can. One second. We have some heat shimmer at work, making for somewhat blurry views. Vehicles coming. Looks like a fish, actually. Yeah, they look like fish, so I don't know. herring gulls, I believe, and crows. Okay, we're going to move on. Not much going on here. Water's open. But I'm not seeing anything, or am I? No, nothing there. There's a crow up here. And I've mentioned it before, but up here is an eagle nest. And I just, I don't know if it's being used yet, if it's going to be used at all this year. But we saw it being used last year. I'll try to look in it. It's, as I mentioned last week, it's not easy to see into it between the branches and the viewing angles. It's tough. I can't see anybody up there right now. And this channel is mostly covered with ice, but not fully, but I don't see any. Well, there was probably a common merganser down there, but let's continue right now. Same, there was the ice, but that same channel of open water on the side, and that's where what looked like a common merganser was swimming. Now, I've seen some eBird reports regarding a Eurasian widgeon in the area here, considered rare for the area, but they're seen fairly regularly. Anyway, the reports have been that it's been seen from East Road. So that says a couple things. First of all, the rarity is there, and I don't know if it's still there, but there's at least some open water in which it is swimming. Well, I'm assuming that. I doubt it's just standing on the ice. So we'll have a look. The Knox Marcellus Marsh, that's the area we look down into from East Road when we get to it. That has been frozen for the most part lately, but maybe things have changed and there's now some waterfowl activity down there. And we're going to take a left up at this intersection. And the fields that we did check them last week, and they were largely frozen over, and no activity that we could see when we took a quick look. But we'll see if things have changed this week. I would not be surprised if they are a little different. I don't know if there's going to be activity there. To our right, there's some puddles there. I only mention that because it means it's possible for just open water. Although there's, you can probably see it. There's some snow on this bank ahead. The snow has managed to stick around. I mean, it hasn't melted quickly from what we had received weeks ago, several weeks ago. Up in the air, I see 2 Canada geese up fairly high. And up ahead, I see, I can't tell if it's frozen or not. Let me have a quick look with binoculars. It looks like it's probably mostly frozen. Still, yeah. Oh no. There's some area that's... There's some that's open water, but I don't see right off the bat any waterfowl. I do see Canada geese to our left. It looks like they're coming in. But I don't see like a lot of ducks or anything. Do I see somebody up ahead standing and looking out to see for, looking for birds, maybe? But the fields are mostly frozen. But there is, like to our left especially, there's some open water. But I don't see waterfowl. Okay, it is one gentleman there with his motorcycle. He's got a motorcycle. I wonder if doesn't look like a bird watcher. No, actually he's just smoking a cigarette. So nothing going on here. We'll just continue out of the area then. Something up high in the air. Looks like constant flapping. Looks like it might be a crow. Could be waterfowl. Actually, it's constant flapping. I think it's a Canada goose. Okay. And to our left, a couple Canada geese in the air. All right, let's continue on. I mentioned earlier today, if you missed it, I was encouraging everybody to visit the live stream from the Rose Sanctuary in Nebraska for the sandhill cranes, and it's especially good, early in the day and late in the day, late in the daylight hours. That is. I will say this though, sometimes seeing what they've shown, it makes me envious. I wish I could be there, even though I have been there in the past. I look at it and I think, okay, if I were to go again, how would I, what equipment would I use? What maybe different techniques or something would I use? How would I go about it? So those kinds of things cross my mind. Although I have to say, I love being here and doing this. I remember when I was there in Nebraska, we had stopped for lunch, and I was actually seated. We were in a restaurant with basically instead of one big table or anything like that, it was just several smaller tables and booths. And as it happened, I was seated at a booth with our two tour guides, and just talking with them, and I had mentioned to them before that I will often do a live stream. I think I see some activity to our right. Let me pull over here. Yes, Canada geese to our right. Just give you a quick look. They're not close, but there may be more activity. I think I heard a mallard also. Now, last week we saw snow geese, and then we left the area, and it looked to me like the snow geese left the area. As you know, we went on to East Road, and within a minute or so of us being on East Road, the snow geese seem to be heading through and heading away from the area. So not just a quick takeoff and then resettling, back on the ground. They seem to be leaving. I should have turned in there. Anyway, so I was telling the two guides that about. Well, I had told them already about my live streaming, and then earlier in the trip, and then while having lunch with them that day, one of them asked about if I had been streaming or wanted to stream or whatever, while we were there. And, for various reasons, I did not stream from there. Some technical, some logistical, some, various reasons. And I've even since thought about it more, and at least when it came to some Canada geese in the air, when it came to being in the photo blind, it wouldn't have been practical at all, especially then. It would not have been practical at all to do a stream from there. Just having to carry the extra gear and then having to deal with it and worry about good signals and things like that. And back then I had fewer safety measures in terms of keeping connected than I do now. But even so, even today, there would be those concerns, and another concern would be that until, like, for instance, if you arrive in the morning. Actually, arriving in the morning would be especially difficult. But in the morning there in the blinds, you're not allowed to use your phones or cameras or anything until the natural light reaches a certain level. And so I would be waiting until it would get light enough. And then I'd have to, get everything up and running for the stream, for the tour. Meanwhile, something could be happening, and I might be missing it, with the cranes. So that wouldn't have been too good either. And not just that, it just would have been just too much to deal with in the blinds, kind of, you know, tight confines there. You know, not a lot of really a lot of room to maneuver and work on things. So it would not have been practical at all. I have to say, whenever I happen to go bird watching by myself, you know, I might miss the fact that, okay, I'm not sharing this live, but from a technical standpoint, it's much better. It's much easier. I don't have to worry about the stream, the signal, anything. See a mourning dove on the power lines, or whatever line it is. And behind me, we're on East Road, by the way. Behind me, I see, I think, 4 geese in the air, and we're coming up on the Knox Marcellus Marsh, coming into view. It looks like there's still, well, I'm not sure if it's water, liquid water, if it's frozen over or not. It looks like it's mostly water. Let's stop, I think, right here. And yeah, there's some water, there's some activity down there. Let's take a look. Oops. And first with this camera. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. First with this camera, and oh, some geese up here, and now I think some swans down there, and more swans. Few more. I don't know what kind they are. They look like either tundra or trumpeter. And we've got some ducks there with them, maybe a male or two. I'm not sure what the other species are. So we'll have a closer look in a minute. There is a little bit of wind. What's that? Those are sandhill cranes, aren't they? Yeah, they are. Hi, cranes. Good to see you. It's not Nebraska, but hey, we'll take it. Bye, cranes. Not all the cranes, sandhill cranes, go through Nebraska. But I read some 80% of the world's population goes through that 150-mile stretch of the Platte River. Okay, let's take a look with the other camera. Wait, who's that in the air? Somebody's in the air. Probably geese. Looks like a Canada geese. More geese in the distance. Okay, I think we've seen more birds here than we have the rest of the day. All right, let's switch cameras and take a look. wonder if they're trumpeter. I have a feeling they're trumpeter swans. And let's look out farther. Not that far. Okay, no, wait a minute. Yeah. Those look kind of like tundra swans. I think so. A little bit of shakiness from that wind blowing on my setup here, but I think that's what they were. Who's that? I think, do we see pintails? Yes, northern pintails, those ducks there. I'm not looking specifically for the widgeon that may still be here. Those are, I see some mallards back there. Those look like pintails there in the foreground. Sorry about the wind. Here's some geese. Sounds like a lot of them. And there's some other geese coming in that are closer that just flew overhead. Oh, they're flying, they're to our left and flying away from the water. Oh. I do hear, I just heard a tundra swan. So I think we've got it. At least we have tundras here. I don't know if there are tundras and trumpeters. The trumpeter is a larger swan than the tundra. They look very similar, especially if you don't have them side by side. Lighting is a little bit challenging. Colors are difficult to see, so sometimes you have to, like I've said, sometimes you have to rely on shape. I'm not saying I'm able to figure things out. Oh, but see those white corners there at the shoulders of these birds? We've got some ring-necked ducks here, and also in the back there, the larger ones, those are northern pintails, but the smaller ones with those are male ring-necked ducks. A couple of pintails just look like they came and joined them, landed. we won't be staying here too long. I have a feeling even if the widgeon is still there, the Eurasian widgeon, viewing may be difficult just because of the distances involved and everything. Let's see back here, anybody? Hold on a second. Let me look around with binoculars a bit. I think most of the swans we saw in the air did come from the marsh here before us, because I don't see so many swans on the at water level now. So they must have left for whatever reason. Okay, let's move forward. Hold on a second. I see a couple drops of water on my windshield. It's possible I splattered them on there, a puddle or something, but I don't know if it's starting to rain. One thing about this area, if you're unfamiliar with it, is when you're, in terms of looking at what's down there on the water, I mean, it's always going to be far away. Okay, let's keep going. We haven't seen a raptor together today, have we? No, I see a couple Canada geese to our right. Come on. drops of water on the windshield. If one is watching the live stream from Nebraska, or if you even better yet, you go to Nebraska, and if you're interested in the cranes, it's helpful to understand what exactly is going on. And for the most part, what you're seeing is, you see the cranes. They make their way to the fields, the various agricultural fields, mostly corn, and they feed in those fields. And then at night, they head back to the Platte River for roosting. Down here we have some mergansers, common mergansers. There's a female and a few males. The males have the white bodies, and there's a female right there. She's got a grayish body and a rusty colored head. More mergansers there and there. But not much else going on here. And it is starting to rain. Okay. Oh. There's an eagle on the ground, or I should say on the water, at ice level. Let's give you a look. Hold on. An immature bald eagle. It's not an adult. We're going to move on. What is that? Okay, it's a gull coming in. Alright, we'll turn around and continue on our way. Now, this week, as I made my way up here, I decided that we will, it's not worth trying to, at least in much of the area, unless there might be some spots along Cayuga Lake that might be worth visiting, but the usual spots where we've been stopping are not. I saw, like I said earlier, very little activity on the lake, no groups of ducks or anything like that. So unless they're further north and require me to, to drive along some of those side roads, we won't be seeing anything like that. So we'll look around as best we can, but things are going to be different this week, I think, than they were last week, for instance. We're definitely, in the migration season, and I have to wonder, if some of the species that we've seen over the winter have left. Not that we were seeing them every week, but, I think about the rough-legged hawk, and, we had a couple sightings this winter, and winter's not over yet. But I wonder if they've already started to make their way. I see some starlings in a tree over to our left. It's through the windshield. If species like the rough-legged hawk have already started heading back north, I don't know. I'd like to stop at the Finger Lakes Regional Airport and see, for instance, if there might be a snowy owl there. We didn't see one last week. Doesn't mean that they're not still hanging around. Wildlife Drive is scheduled to reopen in just a few weeks, weather permitting. And I used to really look forward to it when, when we were able to go back to it. Now I still look forward to it, but I feel it's easier to wait for it because we have good quality winter bird watching to do until it opens. So, I've come to realize that and appreciate that. So it's, for me, it's not that critical. Oh, I can't wait until Wildlife Drive opens up again. As I say, there's other bird watching to do in wintertime. I just, years ago, I didn't really realize that and appreciate it, but now I do. Now, it's not to say, you know, you might miss being there for a specific species or something like that. That's a different matter. So other than that bald eagle we just saw, we have seen no raptors today. I apologize for that, but I'm just not seeing them. I thought, from a raptor standpoint, I thought the day started out fairly promising. For me, anyway, I saw one of my neighboring hawks. And saw one or two hawks like soon after I left home, and then nothing anywhere. I don't know how long this rain is supposed to last. I used to have a weather app on my in my car's system, but apparently the agreement ended, and I no longer have that app. I guess I could get my phone out, but I'm kind of driving. Looks like it's supposed to rain for a while up here. But we're leaving here, so we'll see. You know, we probably could have gone to the other side of the lake. I'll see if there's anything there up ahead. I'll have a look. Well, there is some activity, but there's a lot of activity. It's not really close to where we could be to watch. Let me give you a quick look here. Hold on. Well, quick look. A lot of activity, but it's not close, and I don't think we couldn't be there. It's private. More activity, but again, I think we'll continue on. Maybe that's a mistake, but I think we're going to continue on. The problem on the other side is there are distance issues, and also you know, the fact that you're looking through residences, somehow it just feels different there. We're going to have a quick look this way, but maybe I should turn around and go to the other side. I don't know. I just might do that. So here it looks like there's some ice, some open water, but very few birds. Let's just drive a little ways further. Maybe I'll turn around and try to go to the other side, maybe have a look, but I don't, viewing may be difficult. I think we are going to turn around and go to the other side. See if we can see anything. Give it a shot. We didn't have great luck last week just because of where we could go to actually look. It is raining, of course, but at least it's not sunny, and the sun was difficult to deal with last week. If it manages to stop raining for just a bit, or if it doesn't prove to be too much of an issue, we might have some decent looks, so we'll see. Maybe. Okay, I think this is mud lock. No, don't want to hear this. Sorry, I don't really like the song. I know it's a favorite of a lot of people, but not me. I, for some reason, think it's depressing. This is mud block, no question. It's different than it used to be years ago, but. There are a couple of Canada geese, but not much else, so we're not far enough south to see any of the major activity. This rain is not helping. We'll continue south on this side of the lake for just a bit. Now even, well, here's the problem now. Even if I have a good spot from which to see, well, there's some, even if I can see from here, the air is not very clear because of all the rain. So this was a waste of time, essentially. Well, there's some activity there. Well, we'll see what we can do. I think I'm going to turn around. Well, I'll turn around up ahead. just don't know if I'll be able to show you much very well, that's all. Okay, I think we're beyond most of the bird activity, so let's turn around. Car coming behind us, I'll let it pass. Some of the areas, by the way, that we looked through last week, looks like, you know, homes are being constructed, and it may be that, you know, once that construction is completed or further along, we won't be able to look through anyway. Okay, we're going to try to look from here. This may not be all that good because of the rain. Looks like we've got mute swans there, redheads, ring-neck ducks, sorry, just coping with vehicles and rain. And further out from this area, a lot of ducks. We won't be able to identify them, so I'm not going to really try. Pretty. See a lot of swan activity out there too. Okay. And the rain has kind of forced me back in, but there is some sunshine coming through a little bit. But as I say, there's a lot of activity there to be seen. Much of it is quite distant. And I apologize, I'm not doing a great job of showing it all to you. I don't know if I can do a great job of showing it to you. Not just because of the rain, but because of just the lighting and the distances. A lot of those swans were, like I said, mute swans. Alright, we're going to move on. Don't know if there's really a much better spot. Nothing is really close. It's still raining, although the sun is poking through over there. You know, maybe the best time to be here is in the morning. That's my guess, actually. Maybe not. I don't know. Heard this last week. But I like it. detour. There are a few Canada geese here, but I'm here to actually potentially look at something else. Some ducks too, apparently. They just took off. Canada geese in the air, a flock of them. Can't see anything from here. A couple Canada geese just flew through our view. I don't know if you saw them. I was hoping. I never did see it last year either, but I was hoping that from here maybe there would be a possibility. Did I just see robins? Maybe. I was hoping to see if we could see from here that what had been last year a great horned owl nest, but I'm not sure I can even see the tree from there, the dead tree. And I have no idea if they would reuse it anyway, but I'm wondering if it will be reused this coming, season, or this season. So I thought I'd just take a look just now. Rain is slowing down, at least for the moment, a bit. It's still raining, but... Okay, we're going to be making our way to the airport, I think. have seen more today. I mean, we just had a lot of waterfowl to see, but we couldn't really see them very well. I think it wasn't just the rain, it's the lighting is also a great challenge, you know, this time of day. Maybe earlier in the day would have been better. Significant, you know, hours ago. on, Pokey. Let's go. Good. Slowly here, you never know, might see something of interest. I have my doubts that we'll see a snowy owl, but you never know. There's a possibility, and we might see something else here, you know. Several weeks ago, we were lucky enough to see a couple of short-eared owls, and you know, I'd love to see them again. Not seeing anything flying around. Anything at all right now. Let's turn in here and see. I'll have a look. But like I said, I'm doubtful we'll see a snowy owl. Nothing like that. Most of the owls today, not that I see. Did I just hear a horned lark, though? Maybe. Or something. I don't see it, whatever it is. I'm going to set you down. I want to look with binoculars. Get Merlin out. Listen. Yes, Merlin says it's a horned lark also. Okay, well, let me see if I can find it. I'd love to share it with you. Might be beyond our view because of the way the ground rolls. I see it. Hold on. Hold on, I've got a problem here. What's your problem? Oh, did it move? It did, I'm sorry. The camera seemed to be having a problem. Maybe it got wet or something, and now all of a sudden, I don't know where the horned lark is. No, I don't see it. Okay, let's move on anyway. Sorry about that. My camera was acting up, and it's telling me something about accessory not supported. What accessory? Doesn't matter. If it said there was an accessory that wasn't working, there was an accessory that wasn't working. So. We'll continue. might end up being one of those days. Well, of course, we've seen, you know, if you think about it, we've seen a lot of birds. Just seeing all the waterfowl a short while ago. You know, obviously a lot of birds are around. Have I done well enough to share them with you? Well, that's a different question, and you know, maybe I haven't shared them with you as well as I should have. I apologize for that. But you know, I can imagine some people, you know, asking me in a couple days, "Boy, you had nice weather on Saturday. I bet you saw a lot." And you know, sometimes you have great weather and you don't see much. Or, and I've told you a story before. Years ago, before the tour, we were having a mild winter. I think it was the year of, 2011. And, or, yeah, it might have been. And there was, you know, essentially no snow on the ground. And at Sapsucker Woods, there was hardly any activity near the lab. And one of the people at the front desk, she's like, "Is this it? I mean, is that it? Is winter over?" I mean, just the way it seemed. You know, there was maybe little need or less need, I should say, for the feeders, and the birds were elsewhere. And, you know, that's just the way it was. Hold on a second. It's probably some litter, but we'll look at it. What is that? What is that? Probably nothing, but... Right, we're going to look at something. It's probably nothing, but we're going to look at it anyway. Oh, you know what? It could just be you. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Should I take a left here and head towards the highway, or should I continue on this road? Let's continue on this road. Well, should we continue? Maybe not. Well, we'll see. to our right is the field where we used to see snowy owls, usually one, in fact always one, frequently on I guess what is apparently a something for a gas well, but I haven't seen one here in years. And taking a look, I don't see one today. So I've kind of given up on the area, to be honest with you. But here on Sable Road, sometimes it is worth driving because there may be other things to see. And over the years, I've seen either flocks of horned larks and hold on a second, and turn around there. I've seen horned larks and snow buntings. I've seen sometimes a large flock of snow geese. So sometimes it's worth driving here. Hold on a second. Okay, I hear a robin, and that's what I think I just saw. Okay. Well, it's raining again. Should have driven all around the airport just in case there was something else around, but it seemed like anything was going on. Deer to our left.
Look over there, there's a lady that I used to know. She's married now or engaged or something, so I'm told. Is she really going out with him? Is she really gonna take him home tonight? Is she really going out with him?
This vehicle passed me. So we are going to check the various spots along the water here, but like I said earlier, I saw very little activity on my way to Montezuma, so I don't know if I really anticipate seeing much, if anything. Yeah, I mean, as I look out from here now, I see nothing. I don't mean I see very little, I mean I see nothing. Water has a little bit of choppiness to it, but even so, I just don't see anything. I just hope I haven't wasted your time today. Yeah, we are beyond that area where we took a detour last week and we saw some good activity, but could circle back from that. It's getting dark though, so I don't know if it's really worthwhile. And I don't know if there was really any activity to be seen there anyway today. Nothing. You know, sometimes I may drive through that area, this area, and maybe I'll see, let's say, some mallards near the shoreline, or American black ducks or something like that, and I can't pull over for every single bird, so I'll skip them, and it's not to demean mallards or American black ducks or whatever, but if we've been seeing them and we see them commonly, rather than constantly stopping to see them, well, like I say, we'll maybe skip over them. But I'm not seeing anything like that. Nothing at all. And that's what I had said about my trip to Montezuma. Very little activity. just looking out there now with binoculars. I'm not seeing anything. I know it's dark and everything, but I mean, it's not that I'm not seeing anything well. I'm not, I'm just not seeing anything either well or poorly. Let's just continue a little bit further, just in case we find something. And but we'll probably be ending the day pretty soon. Here that I saw the raft of snow geese earlier, small one. I'm not seeing anything like that now. Well, everybody, I think maybe we should call it a day. We have a little bit of light left, but really not much. And I'm not seeing anything, and I hate to waste your time. just driving around. So I think we're going to call it a day. Again, I apologize. We didn't see more. We should have seen a lot more than we did, but just didn't. Maybe I took a wrong turn here or there, but I think it's time for me to pack up and head home. I want to wish you all well, and hopefully we'll have better luck next time. We did see some birds, but just not as well as I would have liked, just the way things worked out today. But I hope you enjoyed it anyway. Nice to get together as usual, and it's nice to have a look around. But until next time, everyone, have a great night and a great week. We'll see you. Bye-bye.